Work. Take this. Start off with some motivational quotes. Daily inspiration. Let's go ahead and plug those in. All right, so we look for 10 as always, and then we look for 10 different inspirational or impactful quotes spoken by or written by famous people and characters born on this day in history. So a lot of them are mostly like actors, or not actors, real people, like whether it be philosophers, actors, writers, authors, other notable figures, just famous people. And some of them, even like fictional characters, like say, was it Naruto? Naruto is supposedly born on what's today, July 23rd, or at least maybe he was first written about. And then yesterday, July 22nd, we had Stuart Little. That was kind of interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read through the 10 that it gives us. And then if I'm doing other videos, I'll do a brand new 10, read through those. So some of them might resonate more with you than they do for me. The ones that I feel like are most applicable, say the top 3, I'm going to go ahead and choose and plug them into the video. Or actually, no, I changed that. So I'm plugging in whichever ones I feel like are the best ones, whether it be 4 or 5 or however many of them that really like resonate. And then the other ones, if you feel like they resonate more with you, then feel free to use those. But reading through 10 and then taking the ones that I feel are the best. So today on July 23rd, we have Daniel Radcliffe is the first quote. So Daniel Radcliffe. I don't want to say Harry Potter, but at the same time, he does a bunch of other stuff. He's not only Harry Potter. That was when he was a kid. What else has he been recently? He's been in a lot of stuff. Anyway, actor. Daniel Radcliffe says, go boldly and honestly through the world. Learn to love the fact that there is nobody else quite like you. That's what's up. All right. That was quite like you. I like it. No, use that. Okay. Woody Harrelson, also born on July 23rd, is an actor. Those who don't know. Woody Harrelson says, a moment of realization is worth 1,000 prayers. Okay. Picture's worth 1,000 words. An epiphany worth 1,000 prayers. Woody Harrelson seems like he could be a cool dude. Zombieland. All right. 3, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, fictional character. Oh, he's from Naruto. Oh, Sasuke. Isn't he the dude with the eye patch, right? The little spiky white hair, and he's cool. He's at least in the, I don't know, I didn't watch too much Naruto. Probably something I can throw on late at night, maybe. I don't know. I got other stuff to watch. I mean, it's good, just like not really my thing. Like, it is entertaining whenever I've seen it at other people's houses and they had it on and they're watching it. I was like, damn, that's pretty cool. Like, I remember watching this one episode with the sand dude. He controls sand, or he's like Sandman or something. He's got like red hair, whoever that guy is. All right, Sasuke Uchiha says, while it's true I once desired destruction and the only goal I had was revenge, things are different now, because that which is destroyed can always be fixed and rebuilt. That's a really good one, Mr. Uchiha. Or Uchiha. Oh, that's an H. Uchiha. Sorry. Maybe I should watch some Naruto. All right. Number 4, Raymond Chandler, author and noir master. There are 2 kinds of truth, the truth that lights the way and the truth that warms the heart. The first of these is science and the second is art. Oh, poetic rhymes. I love it. There are 2 kinds of truth, the truth that lights the way and the truth that warms the heart. The first is science and the second is art. I love it. All right. I like it because it rhymes. It does that to it. Not gonna lie. All right. 5, another one by Woody Harrelson, actor. I think my best skill in this whole deal is as a conduit to try to bring people together because I think it's in our unity that we'll have the greatest strength. Boom. Hell yeah. That's what's up. What am I thinking of standing on the shoulders of giants quote? Not exactly that. I mean, even together through people from the past and future. So, like, yeah, together, but also together contemporarily too. Which would be unity or going a blank here. Ooh, all right. 6, Daniel Radcliffe again, actor. I think honesty is the most heroic quality one can aspire to. Another one by Sasuke Uchiha, from a Naruto fictional character. Weaknesses? Listen, he was full of weaknesses. He was a good for nothing, but he pulled himself up with his own strength and became strong. Perceived as good for nothing at one point, but then redeeming yourself through hard work, grit, determination, through valiant and dedicated effort. 8, Woody Harrelson. Woody Harrelson says, the forests are the lungs of the world. I've always believed if you breathe, you're an environmentalist. It's actually a good way of thinking of it. The forests are the lungs. I mean, taking in the carbon dioxide, giving out oxygen, like us, but in reverse. Photosynthesis. Daniel Radcliffe says, working hard is important, but there's something that matters even more, believing in yourself. Cool. 10, Raymond Chandler, author. The challenge is to write about real things magically. I like it. All right, here we go. Faster way to do that. Cool. Go boldly and honestly through the world, learn to love the fact that there is nobody else quite like you. It's important, but there is something that matters even more, believing in yourself. Confidence, motivation, dopamine. Give me that shit. Man, give me that shit. All right. Woody Harrelson, actor. There are two kinds of truth, the truth that lights the way and the truth that warms the heart. The first of these is science, and the second is art. The challenge is to write about real things magically. Sure. And Radcliffe. All right. We got some inspiring words. Let's go ahead and update the itinerary for managerial accounting and interpersonal communications. Let's do interpersonal communications first, because I know this going to kick me. Or I know managerial accounting is going to kick me out, so McGraw Hill will. Yeah. Still shooting people? Bunch of backwards ass savages. Yeah, whatever you do, just stay the hell away from the cops. Fucking murderers. Ah. Enforcement is not to be trusted under any circumstances. Carrying out their will at the expense of the people. That'd be fine, or like not fine, but like there's a lot of other things we need to fix. But one of the biggest things, like take away their guns with bullets, no lethals. You can do shields, you can use drones, you can use tasers. That's fine. Even the arguments where people are like, "Oh, tasers can kill people," that's like in extreme circumstances. Like tasers aren't like the thing you go to like blast someone's fucking face off. Deadly force. It's completely unnecessary. We need what's necessary is that we invest in research and development, little R&D to be able to come up with better solutions, be more innovative. Like use that money more appropriately instead of buying more weapons and things that are just going to exacerbate issues and just ignite the fire and just feed the flame. God, law enforcement's fucking stupid. That's what I'm here for. Able to call out your mistakes and fix your shit. You guys aren't doing it yourselves. I know you're capable, but you're acting incompetent. Civilized. You're cowboys back in the 1800s. People were going for the institutions, the underlying mechanisms, and the emergent properties of it. The people, we forgive them for they know not what they do, but what they create are fucking abominations that hurt other people, and that's something that needs to be put to a stop. On law enforcement because they don't know how to use their money; they only know how to abuse their power, and we need to reallocate those funds towards. I mean, even other government agencies. That's fine. If you want to invest in private industry, that's great. But if you want to just reinvest it in another government agency that focuses more on research and development and to tracking, surveillance, or security, like anything pertaining to law enforcement that doesn't include legal force, and basically saving lives instead of costing lives because you're just too. Anyway. Hey, what's up, Gravity? Didn't see you there. Same old dumb shit. All right, let's go. Focus. This is not relevant. On you. There we go. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Noticing that now that I'm caught up on sleep, my typing is a lot better. It's like everywhere. I'm like typing without errors. Sleep is essential. I need to get my sleep stuff. Inform me first. All right. I feel like all calibrated. Good. Well, less irritable, less volatile, more focused. One point. More so. Sleep is, oh, that is a big factor. Sometimes quick. All right. Visual words. End of that. Finished chapter. Read these two sections. We'll be done with chapter 22. Then we can go ahead and take the exam. Oh, wait, crap. No, we need to read chapter 23. Never mind. Gotta hold on to the chapter first. We can get back to that. I'll do that on the next video, just so I can organize this a bit. Which videos? Yeah. All right. Shit, I need to do more of those. Holy fuck. Woo! I'm gonna do that thing where I go like, you're fucking close. Alright. Woo! Shit, man. Where'd you go?
The thing for me is that his death is final. And for us who have lost loved ones and have grieved loved ones, or for some of us who may be taking a longer path to the passing of a loved one, it is a very difficult thing to experience. So my thoughts are with his family that nurtured him and poured into him, because they no longer have him because his death is final. There's no coming back from that. So that's where my thoughts have been. I, of course, want investigation that's comprehensive, that's complete, that's not bullshitting. You know, you want all of those things. And I don't want something that's like a 6-month process or a 9-month process. And we often hear that, you know, it can be a while. So I want to encourage everybody, not just, I guess I want to encourage everybody that we should all be encouraging and pushing everyone part of the process. Push the Department of Criminal Investigations to investigate comprehensively and fairly and release information as soon as possible.
Let's take away their
We
guns.
should
so they
be
learn how to use
pushing
them.
and advocating for our district
An
attorney.
officer should be carrying a lethal weapon.
When the community is reviewing the information, they feel through that information we have received, the person should be.
I work hard. I have a badge. I'm an officer. Fuck you, stupid ass. You guys are not qualified. You don't do your fucking jobs right. Comes at the cost of people's lives. So officers, suck a fucking dick.
The area and a local community member, and she serves for her local office. I will file complaints.
Unqualified.
Fucking
assholes. Fucking power trip.
Everywhere.
No fucking business carrying a fucking weapon. Enforcement needs to pay attention. Take away the guns. Take away the poison.
Because if Corey, who could be Charles, who could be Ramon, who could be this person in front of me, then if the protocol goes that quickly to shoot this gentleman in the head 3 times, and that is an option. I don't know how that.
Like, how can you try to do your job? Not with a weapon that can take the life of a person. Like, you guys are not qualified enough to be able to handle that responsibility. Like, no cop should have a fucking gun.
If we are told later,
like giving a high school bully a fucking baseball bat just so you can fucking beat on nerds and other kids even more.
At every level for these kinds of
For the police.
ended here. Yes, I think it's at every level. It is every
people like me and others out there who recognize how just off law enforcement is. We're gonna fix your shit. I would recommend doing your part. So if you want to actually redeem yourself and make up for the whole fucking bullshit you guys do, step up and do something. Take away the bullets, and replace them with something better, drones, shields. You got fucking alternatives. There's plenty of options. Choose that. Don't be a dipshit. Other people need to stand up for that too.
To update legislation.
Heard of people being harmed and suffering because law enforcement sucks at their fucking jobs. And on top of that, we got bullshit laws too. Like some of them are good, but there's a lot of them that suit the needs of politicians and those in power, and realistically just come at the expense of other people. So there's lots of modification that is required. The world needs to change, and it has no choice in the matter. We're going to change it. I'm not asking. I'm just telling you what's going to happen. Goddamn stupid ass fucking cops rile me the fuck up. Again, it's not the people. We're not attacking the people. They're just dumb and don't know what the fuck they're doing. Which is exactly why they should have fucking guns. So take that shit away. But we need to reform it from the inside out, basically gut it, fucking eviscerate it, metaphorically, and tear that shit up from the inside out and replace it with many, many better mechanisms and strategies, techniques, fail safes, and all this kind of stuff that actually saves lives instead of costs them. Oh. I'm on it. I know. Fulfill the mission. I'm on the mission. This is just a reminder of what we're fixing. This is exactly what we're fixing. Law enforcement, judicial system, politics, the whole fucking chain. Everybody. Rectification, modification, correction. True justice, not this made up fucking bullshit justice you guys have now. Oh, here we go. Here I come, I am Cinnamon. Sigo. Super Mario. It's trying to be lighthearted. I'm just saying this shit. Not to be stupid, but just to like, joke around, be so stressed out. I do that sometimes. I know it sounds stupid, but I do it more to just be lighthearted, blithely, and fuck this guy. Fuck you, fuck your badge, you piece of shit. Fuck you, dumbass. I don't even know you, but you're basically a fucking Gestapo. If you're a police officer, anytime, like I said before, anytime from, was it June 13th and onwards, you're enforcing fascism. You're not fighting for justice, you're fighting for fascism. And you will not be on the right side of history. So I recommend getting out now, or if you're in there, do something about it and change it. Because you will not, again, we're collecting names too. So we're going to make examples out of people. Again, not like really severe prison time or anything like that, but more, what the fuck are you guys doing? See, this is why they need to take like martial arts classes. Like, dude, train them in like some martial arts because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. This is sloppy. This is sloppy as fuck. God. All right. Where was I? There we go. Sloppy. Officers, anybody who's officer on and after June 13th, 2026 and onwards will be charged accordingly because you're enforcing fascism, not justice. Ain't the America I know. America will be corrected, it will be reformed, and it will be restored to true justice for everyone, not just a select few. Get your shit together, man. Fucking up left and right. All right, here we go. Turn the fuck away from that shit. So I watch the news not to piss me off, but just to remind me of all the things we need to do. So there are still problems in the world that we need to fix, such as law enforcement. Fucking dumb little fucks. All right. Direct labor budget and revenue per employee. Compare a direct labor budget for a service firm and analyze revenue per employee. Direct labor budget. A direct labor budget is the key budget for a service firm. If an accounting firm underestimates the direct labor hours needed to complete an audit, it might charge too low a price. If the accounting firm overestimates the direct labor hours needed, it might bid too high a price and lose jobs. Either way, income suffers if direct labor budgets are inaccurate. Budgeted direct labor cost is computed as follows. Budgeted direct labor cost equals budgeted direct labor hours times direct labor cost per hour. Exhibit 22.21 shows a direct labor budget for a services job. This firm would use the $6,200 total direct labor cost in determining a price to bid for the job. Direct labor budget for a services firm. Data mining and analysis, direct labor hours 40, cost per direct labor cost per hour 30, direct labor cost 1,200. Put the comma in the wrong place there. It's like 12,00. Slide that over to the left and you'll be fine. Staff investigative analysis or staff investigative analyst. 40 direct labor hours, $40 per hour, 4,000. Senior forensic accountant, 20 labor hours, $50 per hour, $1,000. Direct cost or cost of direct labor in total, 6,200. Revenue per employee. Services and other types of businesses can assess effectiveness of their workforce using revenue per employee, a ratio that measures the revenue generated per employee and is computed as follows. Employee per employee. Equals total revenues over total employees. So revenue per employee equals total revenue divided by total employees. So revenue divided by number of employees. So revenue per employee is shown below for Microsoft and HP. Microsoft revenue per employee increased during the current year, suggesting the company's workforce became more effective in generating revenue. Current year revenue per employee is also higher than that for its competitor, HP. So you have Microsoft prior year, Microsoft current year, and HP current year. So total revenue for Microsoft for the prior year was 198,270 million. For Microsoft current year, total revenue is 211,915 million, and then HP is at 53,718 million for the current year. Total employees, Microsoft prior year, 221,000. For the current year for Microsoft, 221,000. All right, and then current year for HP, 58,000. Revenue per employee for Microsoft for the prior year was 897,149. For the current year, it's 958,891. And then for the current year for HP, it's 926,172. Decision maker, environmental manager. You hold the new position of sustainability manager for a manufacturing company. You are asked to develop a budget for your job and identify job responsibilities. How do you proceed? What is our environmental goals, or what's our ESG analysis? SWOT analysis. I can do that, but also, let's see. You are unlikely to have data on this new position to use in preparing your budget. Instead, apply zero-based budgeting. Develop a list of this job's necessary activities, then determine the resources needed and their costs. Be sure the listed activities are necessary and the resources are required. Gotcha. So just to review key terms. Yeah, so I'll add that later. We had budget, budgetary control, budgeted balance sheet, budgeted income statement, budgeting, capital expenditures budget, cash budget, continuous budgeting or rolling budget, cost of goods sold budget, direct labor budget, direct materials budget, ESG budgeting, factory overhead budget, general and administrative expense budget, master budget, merchandise purchases budget, production budget, revenue per employee, reverse supply chain, rolling budget, safety stock, sales budget, sales expense budget, and zero-based budgeting. Let's get the exit recharge, finish chapter 22. Still need to do chapter 23. Let's go.
Great, working through a few example problems for the master budget chapter. This is when the company is planning for the upcoming accounting period. So first, let's just talk conceptually about budgets. And so this first problem is just kind of getting us to think through whether each of these items is an important budgeting guideline or if it is not. Budgets or so employees should have the opportunity to explain differences from budgeted amounts. In other words, when we compare actual results to the budget, should employees have the opportunity to explain why the actual results were different from budget? And the answer is yes. Right? We should always give opportunity to explain. Doesn't always mean something bad happened, but we definitely need to use the budget as a benchmark to evaluate results. Budget should include budgetary slack. Right? Budgetary slack is where, when we're preparing the budget, we put a little bit of cushion in, right? In other words, for revenues, we kind of under budget for the amount of revenues that we expect to earn. That way, when the actual revenues happen, we look a lot better, right? If we compare actual results to a lower budget, then it looks better, right? And with expenses, if we overestimate our expenses when budgeting, then when our actual expenses come in under our budget, we look good, right? And should we do that? No, right? Budget should always be prepared based off of attainable, what we think we can attain. So no, we should not include slack in a budget. Employees impacted by a budget should be consulted when it is prepared. Absolutely. It's called participative budgeting. The budget is not just prepared within the accounting department, right? It involves all departments that are covered by the budget, which is pretty much the entire company. Goals in a budget should be set so low targets can always be reached. Nope. Just like we talked about a second ago, we always want to set our budget at attainable, reasonable goals. And budgetary goals should be attainable? Yes. Okay, so now that we've had a chance to kind of conceptually through some of the budgeting concepts, let's go through a kind of a large cumulative problem that has us walking through the whole master budget for this company Zigbee, right? So remember, the master budget is really encompassing a whole bunch of smaller budgets. So we kind of just need to look at this as preparing a series of budgets, which together make up the master budget. What we have here is Zigbee Manufacturing. They prepared the following balance sheet for March 31st. Okay, so
Hold on, pause. Hot women are talking.
Right now, with not sustained winds up to around 40 miles per hour. It was up to around 40. Moving to 15 miles per hour. So we take a look at where that center is right now, just over Houston. And the rest of the rain posted Browns stretched up in the Corpus Christi. It's very concerning to see community members too. It's going on right now throughout southern parts of Louisiana. As it makes its way inland, some of the strongest winds right now are moving in that direction close to Louisiana, as heavy thunderstorms are starting to fall all along that Texas shoreline. Of course, we continue to monitor this closely, but as you take a look at the waves per hour, it moves off to the west really fast, meaning that heavy amounts of rain up to around 2 to 6 inches just along those coastal communities, tracking off into the overnight hours close to the Mexican border. We actually see some of those light showers sweep across communities that dealt with devastating flooding just last week throughout central Texas. So we're watching the storm decay very rapidly as we head into our Thursday evening, early Friday forecast, and it stays calm throughout the whole next report.
this is actual results for March. This is where they stand as of March 31st. Then they have provided us a bunch of information. We're going to be preparing a master budget for April, May, and June. So we're going to be preparing a budget for the next quarter, April, May, and June. Okay, so they've given us a bunch of information here. We're going to come back to that. Down here, we're going to take a look at what we're going to be doing. Okay, so we got a lot to do because we are going to prepare the following budget for the months of April, May, and June, except for any additional notes below. All right, so remember the master budget series of smaller budgets. We always start with the sales budget. That's going to be our first one. So let's go back up here and find out what information they have provided us to help us in preparing a sales budget. Now, the sales budget is going to prepare the guidelines or the goals that we have in sales for April, May, and June. So it looks like here they have told us that sales for March totaled 20,500 units. Remember, everything that they're telling us about March were actual results. This is what they sold in March. They are planning for the following sales, budgeted sales plans. April, they're planning 20,500, May, 19,500, June, 20,000, and July, 20,500 units. Okay, again, all this is in units. The product selling price is $24 per unit, and its total product cost is $19.85 per unit. All right, so they've given us a lot of information here. We are preparing a sales budget to start the master budgeting process. The sales budget is just projecting unit sales and total dollar sales for the next quarter, April, May, and June. All right, so here I'm going to bring the budgeted sales for these 3 months over to my sales budget. And they are planning to sell each of these units for $24 a piece, multiplying the number of units by the budgeted selling price, total budgeted sales in terms of dollars for April, May, and June. Right. We started with the sales budget because in order to prepare any subsequent budgets, we needed to know what the budgeted sales were. Right, so sales budget is done. Production budget. Now that we know the level of sales budgeted for April, May, and June, now we can prepare plans or a budget for how many units need to be produced in order to have enough inventory on hand to earn the level of sales that we just budgeted for. If we're planning to sell these many units, we need to make sure we have those units available to sell in those months. So now we're going to plan what we need to produce in order to meet our budgeted level of sales. So going back up here, in order to produce the units, I'm going to skip past item B because item B is telling me about the materials needed to produce, okay? And we're going to come back to that because I am going to need to know the amount of materials that are going to need to be purchased in order to produce our units. But right now, I'm only concerned with how many units do we need to produce, okay? So I'm going to skip B. We'll come back to that. I'm going to jump down here to C. This is telling me that the company policy, like the company wants to have available for a given month's ending finished goods inventory to equal 80% of the next month's budgeted unit sales. All right, a little bit of a word puzzle here. In other words, they want every month to end with enough inventory, finished goods inventory that's ready for sale. They want their ending inventory to equal at least 80% of the next month's budgeted unit sales. Okay, so for example,
Now, besides paying for the spending which corresponding raises, we can also see other ripple effects in the coming days.
April, we are budgeting, get this all in one page here. In April, remember, based off of the sales budget, we are planning to sell 20,500 units. So those are the number of units that we are going to be selling. We need to have 20,005 units on hand. Now, in addition to having 20,500 units in the month of April, we also want to have 80% of the next month's budgeted sales available at the end of April, right? Because they don't want to just completely wipe out all their inventory. They want to have a little bit of extra inventory available. That means we need to have 80% of May's sales on hand at the end of April. So in addition to having enough inventory to meet April's sales, we need to have 80% of May's sales on hand at the end of April. So we need 15,600 units at the end of April. So when I add up the units we're planning to sell in April, plus what we need to have on hand at the end of April, I need a total of 36,100 units of inventory available for sale. But I may have started April with some units already on hand, right? I may have beginning inventory left over from the last accounting period. So let me go back in here and see, oh, look, they did tell me that we ended March with 16,400 units of inventory. That means if I need 36,100 in April, but I'm starting April with 16,400 units, I only need to produce 19,700. Number of units available, less what we already will have. We're going to budget to produce 19,700 units. Okay. Now that was what we budget for April. Now let's budget for May. In May, we're budgeting to sell 19,500 units from the sales budget. In addition to that, we want to have 80% of the next period sales. So we want to have 80% of June on hand. So in addition to selling 19,500 units, we need 16,000 available at the end of the month. We need to have a total of 35,500 units of inventory available in May. we are going to start May with whatever we ended April with. Remember, we budgeted to end April with 15,600 units. So if I subtract the number of units I'm going to start May with, I only need to plan to produce 19,900 units in May. For June, we are budgeting to sell 20,000 units. In addition to the 20,000 units we're going to sell, we need to have 80% of the next month's sales. All right, well, where do I get that? Because my sales budget isn't budgeting for July. But if I go back over here, I can see that in the original problem, they told us what we're planning to sell in July. Okay, so if I take 20,500 July sales times 80%, I need to have 16,400 on hand at the end of June. Total units I need to have available, 36,400. But I'm going to start June with what I ended May with. I'm planning to end May with 16,000 units. I subtract that from June's inventory needs to plan how many I need to produce. Okay, so the total units to produce for this quarter will be 60,000 units. All right, now that I have budgeted what I plan to sell, based off of the sales budget, I have planned how many units I need to produce for each of those months. Now I can start planning how many materials are going to be needed in order to produce this many units to meet this level of sales. So let's go back up here, and we're going to go back to B now because it's telling me the amount of materials that are going to be needed in order to produce our units. So for Zigbee, direct materials budget for April, May, and June. Units that will need to be produced in each of those months. Guess where that came from? That comes from my production budget. I'm going to bring my budgeted production for each of those 3 months from my production budget. And then I'm going to go back here and see that in order to produce each of these units, each unit requires 1/2 pound of direct materials. So to produce these number of units times 1/2 pound, the total materials in pounds needed to produce those units is now budgeted. But just like with the number of units, we don't want to only plan to purchase or have on hand the amount of materials needed to just meet the month's production needs, because they told us the company policy wants a little bit of an extra materials inventory equal to 50% of the next month's direct material requirements. All right, so let's figure this out. If we need 9,850 pounds to meet April's production, and we also want to have on hand 1/2 of the next period's material requirements, or the next month. All right, well, the next month, my material requirements are $9,950, pounds. If I multiply that times 50%, I need to not only have enough pounds of materials for this month's production, I need enough 50% of next month's production needs. So the total materials required during the month of April are going to be 14,825. The problem goes on to tell me that at the end of March, we already had 4,925 pounds of materials on hand. So I need 14,825 in April, less what I'm starting April with. I now have budgeted the number of pounds to purchase in order to meet our inventory, raw materials inventory needs. So that's in pounds, and they are budgeting $20 per pound. So when I multiply the pounds times the price per pound, I come up with the cost of materials we're budgeting for. Okay, do the same thing for May. Number of units to produce times half a pound each. Total pounds needed for May's production. Less what we're, or excuse me, in addition to that, we need half of the next month's production needs. So for the next month, we need to have on hand half of June's material needs. So half of 10,200 or 5,100. Total materials needed during May, less what we are ending the prior month with. Total materials to purchase at $20 per pound, total budgeted material cost. June production needs at half a pound per unit, 10,200. Plus, we need 4,000 pounds available at the end of June, given in the problem. Total pounds needed for the month of June, less what we are ending the prior month with, starting June with 5,100 pounds. Total materials to purchase, 9,100 at $20 per pound. Total budgeted material purchases cost. Okay. Total material purchases in pounds for the quarter and in dollars. All right, what have we done? We prepared the sales budget for the upcoming 3 months, which enabled us to plan our production for the next 3 months, which enabled us to plan our material needs for the next 3 months production. Now we can budget for our direct labor costs for the next 3 months in order to produce these many units to meet these level of sales. All right, let's go back up here and see what information they gave.
Damages and ask the court to stop opening and operating its health function on GPT.
All right. So this is one where, yes, do we need to modify the AI systems to, keep on getting better? Absolutely. We can't have it disseminating false information, so yeah, it have to be put in check. But at the same time, AI would. It seems like I can ask for advice, and it gives a lot better advice than any doctor would. Like doctors just give you like a tiny little bit of information. Like they're going off of limited knowledge. They only know like this tiny little bit, versus like AI is able to like just scour the internet and source a bunch of different information and look at all different known websites, articles, data, and everything like that, and compile it in a kind of like a summary that's able to give you a much better, well-rounded answer than any human doctor would. Yeah, so human doctors, they're really, goddamn, like this one's a pastor and he's probably just trying to milk it for as much money as he can get, but I don't know, whatever. But at the same time, like when it comes to actual human doctors, they're operating off of like this much knowledge when AI is operating off of like a lot more knowledge. And so, yeah, I trust human doctors a lot less than I would trust AI. I mean, does AI need to be modified like over time and continue accumulating information and, correct the information that it issues over time? Yeah, but consult different like AI programs, like consult Grok instead of just GPT and going off of that, being thinking one dimensionally like this dumbass pastor is. And instead of thinking simple-mindedly and like just being stupid about it, like I always say, like look at multiple sources and use ChatGPT, use Grok, use Claude, use Gemini, use Deep Blue, use all these different sources and like get information and then use your judgment, the best judgment, and maybe even take that to the doctor. If you really insist on talking to a human doctor, which probably like comparatively doesn't know hardly anything. Like they have their degrees and everything like that, good for you. But you still have a much more limited level of knowledge compared to the available knowledge from AI. And it's still learning. That's why I call it machine learning, man. Still learning too. Still getting better and improving, but at a much more like exponentially faster rate than humans are. Like humans are too limited. And their capacity to help people is much less than what AI is. So yeah. I personally think it's better to consult a range of AI programs to get different results and then different opinions and just different feedback, and then get the information from that. And then if you really want to go to your doctor and then take that information to them and see what they say, I mean, they might even be able to learn something new that they didn't know before, because I'm sure that's usually literally what they do too. When they tell you to wait in the room, they're like, all right, I'll be right back. They go in their office and just ask AI a bunch of stuff, or look stuff up on the internet because they don't remember it off the top of their heads. Like, so yeah. Not trying to like totally bash on human doctors. Like, I just know that they're much less capable than, like I said, not just one AI. Don't be an idiot. Don't just use one. Use multiple AIs. Like, at least like say 5 of them or something like that. Get second opinions, third, fourth, fifth opinions, like from different ones, because they might give you different information. One might give you information that the other doesn't give you, or just at least a different way of wording it that kind of you get the repetition, so you get to understand it a little bit better. And if you really want to go to a doctor's office, like, I would go take that information and then go to them and see what they say, because they have the equipment and stuff like that. Even if you consult the AI, they don't have like the equipment, like the like scanners and X-ray machines and all this other stuff. Like at a doctor's office, yeah, you're gonna have to talk to a human doctor just because like you want access to those machines. But I would say if you want a real good opinion on how to manage your health better, then I'll refer to the AI systems, like plural, not just singular. Don't you just use it one. Don't be one dimensional. Don't be simple minded. Use multiple sources. So really do your research. If you really care about your health that much, like, use more than one source. So yeah, that's just some point that I felt like I had to make. Just like, because I feel like that would help people so much more than actual human doctors would. Like, human doctors are going to suggest things based on a limited knowledge and probably get a lot of things wrong, versus like the AI, I think like overall would have a less probability of getting things wrong and more of a likelihood of getting it right. Especially if you're being completely honest with the AI and you don't have to worry about like humans. I don't know if you worry about judgment when it comes to your doctor, if you're completely open with them or whatever, but with an AI, like, it's not going to judge you. It doesn't really care. Like AI is not human beings. They're more just, it's programmed to give you the information you request from it or need from it. IT guys, people are modifying it so that way it's corrected and not providing fake news or false information or anything like that, or misleading information. So yeah, just consult multiple of them. Seems like just people trying to fight for like just AI coming in, replacing jobs, and people just not really wanting change and everything like that, and just fighting for the old ways, even though the old ways are costing lives and perpetuating suffering. And we need to change, man. Like, obviously we improve the AI as we go, but by comparison, the AI systems that we have, I believe, are definitely better than the limited capacity and limited knowledge that human doctors have to offer. So yeah. All right, I just feel like that point needed to be made. Back to work.
They have told us that each finished unit of inventory requires half an hour of direct labor at a rate of $15 per hour.
But then again, I just don't trust people.
So in order to
I see their
produce
flaws and I
each
see
unit,
how incompetent they are.
let's go back and remember that we're planning to produce in each must
Horrible. Like, their
from
intentions
our
to be
production
bad.
budget, and we're gonna bring that forward to direct labor budget. Units planning to be produced in each of these months. Each unit is expected to require half an hour of labor. Multiply the units times half an hour of labor, total direct labor hours that will be needed to produce those units at a cost of $15 per unit. We have now budgeted our labor hour needs as well as our labor.
No more human law enforcement, no more human judges, no more human doctors, and no more human drivers. Those 4 we really need to work on. Humans are not as capable as AI would. Robotics would be doing those things. They're not as precise. They're not as Like humans are too biased. They're too limited in their knowledge. With AI and robotic systems, considering the fact under the condition that we're always modifying the AI systems as well to make sure that they're correct and disseminating the right information. And do something else. Like if you're smart enough to get to this point, you're smart enough to do something else. You should be smart enough in the first place to not choose a fucking job that's going to get replaced by AI. Like be creative, take initiative. Don't just do the same old shit everybody else is doing. If you do that, you're likely to be fucked because it's been there, done that, and AI is well aware of it, and so it's probably finding ways to try to figure out how to do that stuff too. We're trying to figure out ways to expedite the processes and work our way into those things. And so a job that's going to last for a while, at least, and at least maybe your lifetime or longer than doctors, lawyers, judges, police officers, drivers, and everything like that, then choose something that hasn't been done before. Be creative, take initiative. Don't just do the same old shit everybody's done before. Don't be lazy. Don't be a follower. Don't be a sheep. Think for yourself. Come on, man. Rule number 2, don't be a dumbass. And maybe rule number 3, don't be a pussy.
All right, we now have our direct labor budget. Now they want us to prepare the factory overhead budget.
All right.
So going back up here, remember factory overhead is going to include in all the indirect costs of making the inventory. So they have given us the predetermined variable overhead rate of $270 per direct labor hour. So they are applying overhead based off of direct labor. In addition to that, it looks like it's a very simplified overhead. They just have one fixed cost, depreciation of 20 grand, only fixed factory overhead item. All right, so our factory overhead budget, now that we know how many hours we're budgeting for, we can plan what our applied overhead will be. At a rate of $270 per direct labor hour, we're going to bring our labor hours times 270 predetermined overhead rate. We are planning to apply overhead for each of the months, 81,000 in total. In addition to that, we are budgeting for our fixed overhead, which consists of depreciation. We now have our total budgeted factory overhead costs. All right, we now have our factory overhead budget. Selling expense budget. Let's go see what information they gave us for selling expenses. Sales commissions of 8% of sales are paid in the month of the sales. In addition to the commissions, the sales manager's monthly salary is $3,000. Right, let's go down here and take a look at our selling expense budget. Budgeted sales comes straight from our sales budget. All the way back up here to our sales budget. This is the amount of sales budgeted for those 3 months. Once we know the amount of sales budgeted, we are able to plan for the amount of commissions that we're going to be paying our salespeople. Based off of the budgeted sales, commissions of 8%, sales commissions by month, $115,200 in total. In addition to the commissions we pay to our sales staff, the sales manager has a monthly salary of $3,000. So we now can budget for the fixed portion of our selling expenses. Total budgeted selling expenses per month and in total for the quarter. All right. We now have our general and administrative, we now have our selling expense budget complete. Now we can plan for the other expenses we will incur. Selling, general, and administrative. Monthly general and administrative expenses include $12,000 for admin salaries, and we have a 0.9% monthly interest on the long-term note payable. All right, let's go back up here and see what they mean. Oh, I can see we have a long-term note payable here of $500,000, and we're going to be paying, where did it go? I lost it. 0.9% monthly interest. So here is our general administrative expense budget. Administrative salaries of $12,000 per month, plus 9% on that long-term loan. 500,000 times 0.9%, 0.009, 4,500. So interest of 4,500 per month, total gen and admin expenses of 49,500. Okay, so let's take a step back. We kind of got lost in some details here. Let's see what we did. We started by preparing a sales budget. Once we were budgeting, or we had a budget for what we expected to sell, we were able to plan a production budget based off of those level of sales. Once we knew what we needed to produce, we were then able to start planning the amount of materials that are going to be needed to be purchased. And in addition to that, we were also able to plan for some of our costs, our direct labor cost, our factory overhead cost, plus our period expenses, the selling expenses and the general administrative expenses. And essentially what we now have done is we have enough information to start projecting how we're going to do financially if we meet our budgeted goals. Okay, so that enables us, we're now done preparing the operating budgets. We're now going to prepare the financial budgets. The first budget we're going to prepare is the cash budget. Okay, so in order to prepare a cash budget, we first need to budget for the amount of cash we expect to receive and the amount of cash we're going to be paying for our materials. So let's start with the amount of cash we're going to be receiving over the next 3 months. The company budgets 30% of their sales to be made in cash, right? Which is telling me that 30% of the current month's sales will all be received in cash. The other 70% of their sales will be sold on credit, which means they won't get any cash that month for those sales. They will get the cash in the future because credit sales are collected in full in the month following the sale. Okay, so they don't collect any of their credit sales the month they have the sale, they collect it the next month. So let's plan what we expect to receive in cash for those 3 months. Okay, going all the way back up here to my sales budget, I'm going to bring my total budgeted sales down to my cash receipt budget. Sales straight from the sales budget. Of those sales, 30% will be in cash. Okay, so I am going to be receiving 30% of April's sales in cash. So I know cash receipts will be 147.6. In addition to that, in April, we are going to be collecting 70% of the prior period sales. All right, I'm looking over here and I do not see anything here telling me what they sold in March. But you know what I do know is I do know on the balance sheet, they had reported accounts receivable. That accounts receivable tells me that they had sold to customers on credit in the past. And if all of their credit sales are collected the next month, that tells me that they're going to be collecting or expecting to collect all of that receivable from March in April.
Wow.
So we're going to budget for cash collections of 344.4 for prior month sales. Okay, so let's go back down here now. Okay, so sales of 492, bringing us cash of 492, happens to be the same. All right, May, we expect to sell 468. 30% will be brought in as cash for this month. Plus, we are going to be collecting last month's credit sales. So last month, sales were 492. 70% of that was on credit. So we are going to be bringing in cash of 344.4. June sales of 480. 30% will be brought in cash. Plus, we will collect 70% of the prior month's sales. 468 times 70% will bring in cash of 327.6. Okay, so now what we have done as we're preparing our cash budget, we now know the amount of cash we expect to be receiving each of these months from our sales. They also need us, or we need to come up with what we're going to be paying for each of these months. Okay. Remember up here are direct materials. We budgeted for what we need to purchase. Okay. Based off of those purchases, we can plan how much cash will be spent for those purchases. But let's find out what their policy is on their purchases. All raw material purchases are done on credit, and their accounts payable are all completely and solely tied to raw material purchases. All raw material purchases are fully paid the next month. Okay. So in other words, none of their material purchases are paid in the month they make the purchase. So in April, they're not going to be paying anything for the current month's purchases because they buy everything on credit. They're going to spend cash during the month of April to pay prior month's purchases. Okay, well, March, they didn't give me how much was purchased in March. But you know what, on my budget, on my balance sheet, I can see that we are reporting an account payable of 201. And they told me that all of their account payable is tied to purchases of raw materials. And if they pay all of their purchases in the following month, The account payable balance at the end of March will be paid in April. So I'm going to budget to spend cash of 201 in April for my material purchases. In May, I'm budgeting to spend 201 or purchase 2015. All of it will be on credit, so no cash during the month of May for May purchases. But I will pay in May the purchases from the prior month. So I will pay all of April purchases in May. June, amount of purchases needed, none will be paid in June. And I will be paying May's purchases. So all of May purchases will be paid in June. I now have planned for what I will be spending cash on in each of these months for purchases of materials. So I know the cash that I will be receiving each month, and I know the cash that will be spent on their materials. We now have enough information to prepare our cash budget. Right, so let me go back up here. In J, they had told me that the minimum ending cash balance for all months is 40 grand. Okay, in other words, the company does not want their cash to fall below 40 grand. If necessary, the company will borrow enough cash using a loan to reach that minimum. Loans will require a 1% interest payment at the end of each month before we can repay any of the loan. If the end of the month preliminary cash balance exceeds that minimum, so any cash over that 40 grand will be used to repay any loans. Okay, so they don't want to fall below 40. If they expect to be above 40, they are going to repay any loans. Okay, so in addition to knowing that they will be borrowing to meet their minimum cash needs, a little bit more information here. They are going to be paying dividends in May of 10 grand. Additionally, no cash payments for income taxes are budgeted in the second calendar quarter, so we don't need to budget for any income tax payments. The income tax will be assessed at 35% in the quarter and budgeted to be paid in the third quarter. Okay, again, we don't need to pay it now, so we don't need to worry about that for the cash budget. But we do need to budget for equipment purchases of 100 grand in June. All right, we got a lot of information here. So let's plan our cash budget. We're budgeting, we are going to start with how much cash we have on hand. In April, we are going to start with whatever cash was left at the end of March. All right, well, I go up here to my balance sheet and we are going to end March with 40 grand, which means we're starting April with 40 grand. What are we going to add to that cash during April? Well, we're going to add any cash we get from our sales. You know what? We just budgeted for that. We are budgeting cash receipts from sales of $492. So if we start with 40 and we bring in cash of $492, we expect to have cash of $532 available. Now, what are we going to spend cash on? Well, let's go back and look at all of our production budgets. We know we're going to be spending cash on direct materials. Oops, sorry. Where's our cash budget? I think I went right past it. Oh, here it is. Our schedule of cash payments for direct materials. Okay. We know we're going to be spending that cash. In addition to that, we are going to have to pay our labor. Well, guess what? Up here, we have our labor for each of our months. Bringing that back down here to our budget. Okay. In addition to the cash spent for materials and labor, we also are going to have the variable portion of our overhead. So I'm going to go back up here to my overhead budget. 81,000 in total. And remember, the fixed overhead was depreciation. Depreciation is a non-cash cost. So that's not going to end up on the cash budget, but our variable overhead costs will. So going back down here, we've got our variable overhead. We also are going to have to pay cash for our sales commission, right? So look what I'm doing. I'm going back and going to each of my budgets and pulling the cost that I had budgeted for. Bring that back down to my cash budget. Sales salaries comes from our sales budget, or from our selling expense budget. Then we have our general and administrative expenses. There's our salaries, administrative salaries. Okay. Then our dividends, that is only in June. Our loan interest, wait a second, loan interest. Oh, look, we do have a loan balance of 12,000. And remember, we are paying a 1% interest rate for each month that we have a balance. So if we ended March with a balance of 12,000 at 1%, we're going to have to pay interest of 120. Okay, in addition to that, we also have our note payable, which came from our selling and admin budget. We have to pay our interest on our long-term note. Okay, so for April, we expect to have cash of 532. We expect to spend cash on all of these things. Cash available, less our preliminary cash balance, cash spent gives us our preliminary cash balance. All right, so we have 97,675 we're expecting to have at the end of April. Way above our $40,000 minimum, which means we're going to pay off as much of any outstanding loan we can. We have a $12,000 loan. We will have enough cash to pay that off in its entirety. So we're going to budget to pay that thing off. Okay, which means we expect to end April with 85,675 in cash. Now let's budget for May. Okay. We expect to end April with 85,675. Start May with that amount. What are we going to add to it? We're going to add cash from May sales. May cash receipts. May cash receipts are budgeted to be $484,800. Bringing our cash available in May to $570 and change. What are we going to spend cash on in May? We are going to spend cash on direct material purchases, right? Which we budgeted for and what we're going to actually be paying in May for our for our material purchases. And then all of our other costs, labor, overhead, sales commissions, all of that stuff that we had brought earlier. So for direct labor, our variable overhead, remember the fixed overhead is depreciation, a non-cash expense, sales commissions, sales salaries, administrative salaries, interest on the long-term note. Bring all of that down here into our cash payments in May. We don't plan to purchase any equipment in May. We don't have any loans. We don't have any interest to pay because we paid off that loan in April. Total cash payments expected, Subtract that from the cash we expect to have available to get a preliminary cash balance. No loan, we don't need to worry about paying anything off. If we expect to end May with 129,420, we expect to start June with 129,420. Again, go through that same process. Cash receipts from our cash receipt schedule. Cash payments of 2015 for materials and all of our other costs from our previous budgets. And we need to budget for purchase of equipment. Expected balance in cash is 61,080. No loan payment to make, and we don't need to borrow because we're above our 40 grand. Okay, so this problem does go on to complete the budgeted income statement as well as the budgeted balance sheet, which are the last two of the budgeted financial budgets. And those are based off of everything in those prior budgets, but we're not going to go into that. We're going to stop with the cash budget, but just be aware that the next steps would be to take all of our budgets and project what our income would be, as well as we would budget or project our balance sheet to be. Okay. Again, we're not going to go through it. We're going to stop with the cash budget, but hopefully you find this helpful.
Alright. Smart books, homeworks, and chapter 23 example problems so we can do. Check. We got greens. Those are completed. All right. Switch over to some interpersonal communications. Chip away at that. Interpersonal communications, or COM 110, chapter 5. Got a picture of Jim Carrey and Kim Kardashian. 5.1a, celebrity frozen face. Kim Kardashian, 2009, Tribeca Film Festival by David Shankbone. 5.1b, celebrity frozen face. I guess that's just the title of it, maybe the article. Jim Carrey at the Cannes Film Festival. Okay. Is that relevant to anything? I guess we'll read and find out. Nonverbal communication is defined as communication that is produced by some means other than words, such as eye contact, body language, or vocal cues, for example. Over the past decade, Botox has been used to paralyze facial muscles for reducing the appearance of wrinkles. However, the unintended consequence of this practice is reduced facial expression. The frozen facial expression was recently celebrated by Shape.com, who interviewed a noted plastic surgeon about Hollywood's most notable frozen faces. The reality starlet pictured is only 40, but she is already a fan of Botox. As you can tell by her taut forehead, T-A-U-G-H-T, Yoon says some stars start treatment early, hoping to prevent wrinkles, but risk robbing their face of natural emotions in the process. Yep. Kim K, super fake. I mean, I give her credit, like she's trying to work on like getting people who've been falsely accused or like falsely convicted of crimes out of prison and stuff like that. But I don't know if she's doing that just for like her own ego or like trying to do that for publicity, or if she's still doing that. If you are doing that, Kim K, good for you. That's good. I support that. I endorse that. But hopefully she's doing a good job, instead of just like barely scraping by and be like, yeah, I'm a lawyer doing this and not really actually doing a fantastic job. I don't know. I haven't seen her at work, so I'm not going to bash on her because I don't know. Who knows? Like, I think the idea is good. It's just I haven't actually seen it. I would require more research to formulate a fuller, more well-rounded judgment on that one. So I can't tell if it's good or, you know, whatever. The intent is good. The idea is good, but in practice, I don't know what it's actually like. So I don't know. Ducky sense, so risk robbing the face of natural emotions in the process. Imagine the lack of variety of emotional facial expressions if everyone's face were frozen. The world would be a much less interesting place, and it would be more challenging to stimulate accurate meaning in the minds of others. Now, imagine actors such as Jim Carrey freezing their faces. This work would be much less meaningful and less powerful. Thus, we will begin this chapter by discussing the importance of nonverbal communication. The importance of nonverbal communication in interaction. Learning objectives. 1. Describe the role of nonverbal communication. Describe the role nonverbal communication plays in daily interpersonal interactions. 2. Identify key characteristics that make nonverbal communication powerful and complex. 3. Explain the 6 primary functions of nonverbal communication. 4. Classify examples of nonverbal behavior according to the communicative function. 5. Discuss how cultural differences and attribution errors can affect nonverbal communication. Earlier in this book, we introduced the concept of you cannot not communicate. The foundation of this idea is that even though we may not be sending verbal messages, we're continually sending nonverbal messages. As such, it's very important to understand how nonverbal messages affect our daily interpersonal interactions. In this section, we will discuss the role that nonverbal communication plays in our daily lives and the 6 primary functions of nonverbal communication. The role of nonverbal in everyday life. We communicate nonverbally constantly. It's the primary way we communicate with other people. Below, we will explore the role that nonverbal communication plays in our daily lives, or in our day-to-day lives. Nonverbal has communicative value. The significance of nonverbal communication in any interaction cannot be overstated. In any interaction, Albert Mehrabian argues that the majority of meaning comes from nonverbal communication. We will discuss his theories in more detail later. In this chapter, you will learn about the many types of nonverbal communication present in the interaction. For example, if you are having a conversation with your friend who just broke up with her girlfriend, you will use more than the words, I just broke up with my girlfriend, to understand how to communicate with your friend. Your friend's facial expression, way of standing, rate of speech, tone of voice, and general appearance, to name a few, will indicate to you how you should respond. If she is sobbing, gasping for air, hunched over, and appears emotionally pained, you might attempt to comfort her. If she says, I just broke up with my girlfriend, and that's cute, let's make a couple. I'm like, I thought I noticed that up above. I was like, you're using the pronoun like her with that. I was like, oh, okay, no, I caught it. Okay, that's fine. It's a woke book. It's progressive. That's one thing we need to be careful of when we say progressive. They use the word progressive, but it's different. It's not progressive isn't as an accurate word as just variety or just different. It's change. It's different. It's more like horizontal thinking rather than vertical. It's not really moving forward. It's more just doing something different and being allowed to do that. Which is nothing wrong with that. That's fine. That's like whoever you want to fuck. That's fine. I don't give a shit. Like what I always say is I don't give a fuck who you fuck as long as you don't fuck with me. I don't give a shit. Like just don't bother me about it. I don't care. If you're a dude, you like taking it up the ass, go for it. If you're a girl and you like to scissor, go for it. If you're heterosexual and you like to just do missionary style. If you're a Mormon, you just like to sit in there and soak all day. Go for it. I don't give a shit, man. It doesn't fucking matter. Like do any of that. Make love, not war. It's all fits within that category. Do whatever the fuck you want. At least in that aspect of life. Doesn't fucking matter. I don't feel like it's a newsworthy subject. It's like who gives a shit? Doesn't fucking matter. Totally irrelevant, frivolous. This is how you can tell that people aren't really like concerned about bigger things. Like you're so concerned about the tiniest little like nonsensical things that you don't have actual real problems, and so you bicker and fight about petty little squabbles. And this is how you can tell your life is easy. Like fighting over the most dumbass shit. All right. Sorry, back on topic. Here we go. Still like that needed to be said. Just she sighs and placing her hand over her heart, she might appear relieved. Oh, I just broke up with my girlfriend. Your response might be, it seems like you may be a little relieved. Were things not going well? Thus, nonverbal communication plays a tremendous role in successfully engaging in interactions. The successful use of nonverbal communication requires an awareness of its value and a belief in its importance. When individuals are unaware of the importance of nonverbal communication, they may be overlooking crucial interactional information. For example, one author of this textbook was once met with a colleague who repeatedly sighed during a meeting. Later, when she and her colleague were discussing the meeting, he said, "Didn't you notice I was sighing?" She told him that she had noticed he was sighing, but she was unsure why. We will focus this further in the ambiguity of nonverbal communication. We'll discuss this further in the ambiguity of nonverbal communication. And in this example, the author's colleague was aware of the importance of nonverbal communication and attempted to use it deliberately. It's like, kind of deal. It's like let's go. For the daylight. Besides awareness, individuals must believe that nonverbal communication is valuable. If your parent or guardian ever said to you, "It isn't what you said, it was how you said it," your parent or guardian was demonstrating a belief that nonverbal communication is essential. An individual may acknowledge that nonverbal communication exists, but may discount its value. For example, one of our co-authors had a recurring argument with their spouse who would sigh or roll her eyes as a response in interactions. The author would ask the spouse what it meant, and the spouse would inevitably say, "I can sigh or roll my eyes without it meaning anything." This is not an uncommon response, but the authors of this text hope to dispel this perception. For a better understanding of the value of communication, Google it recommends to Google the value of communication. Your search will return over 1 billion links. While it's not impossible to review all of the search results, read through a few of the articles. While it is not possible to review all the search results, read through a few of the common articles, or a few of the articles. For this exercise, we found titles like The Value of Effective Communication in the Workplace and Why Communication is Today's Most Important Skill. In fact, we found almost 300,000 articles with the phrase value of communication. These news articles inform readers that effective communication secures customers, fosters bonds between employees, and boosts revenues. Nonverbal, used for relational purposes. Nonverbal communication is a crucial element in forming relationships with others. Nonverbal communication is often the first way we initiate a relationship with another, or at the very least, establish initial contact. To communicate with another, we must make eye contact, with a few exceptions. Thus, relationships begin with nonverbal communication. Additionally, consider how humans interact with others through touch, scent, hand gestures, physical appearance, and other means. Humans often use nonverbal communication to convey to others their interest in continuing or ending a conversation. For example, you may run into a colleague and strike up a spontaneous conversation in the hall. The conversation is enjoyable, and you each relate to the other in enjoying the conversation, enjoying conversing about work. Your colleague may recognize that he needs to get to a meeting and relate this information to you by looking at his watch, beginning to back away, or looking at the door he needs to enter. Another way we relate to others through nonverbal communication is by conveying emotions. Through a myriad of nonverbal behaviors, we can communicate emotions such as joy, happiness, or sadness. The nonverbal expression of emotion allows others to know how to communicate with us. Nonverbal is ambiguous. Okay, there we go. A challenging aspect of nonverbal communication is that it is often ambiguous. In the 1970s, nonverbal communication was a trendy topic. Some thought we could use nonverbal communication to read others like a book. One co-author remembers her cousin's wife telling her that she shouldn't cross her arms because it signaled to others that she was closed off. It would be wonderful if crossing one's arms signaled one meaning, but think about the many meanings of crossing one's arms. An individual may cross their arms because they're cold, upset, sad, or angry, or just getting comfy. It is impossible to know unless a conversation is paired with nonverbal behavior. Another great example of ambiguous nonverbal behavior is flirting. Consider some stereotypical behavior of flirting, for example, smiling, laughing, a light touch on the arm, or prolonged eye contact. Each of these behaviors signals interest to others. The question is whether an individual engaging in these behaviors is showing romantic interest or desire for platonic friendship. Have you ever walked away from a situation and explained a person's behavior to another friend to determine whether you are being flirted with? If so, you have undoubtedly experienced the ambiguity of nonverbal communication. Nonverbal is culturally based. Just as we have discussed that it is beneficial to recognize the value of nonverbal communication, we also acknowledge that nonverbal communication is culturally based. Successful interactions with individuals from other cultures are partially based on the ability to adapt to or understand the nonverbal behaviors associated with different cultures. There are two aspects to understanding that nonverbal communication is culturally based. The first aspect is recognizing that even if we do not know the appropriate nonverbal communication with someone from another culture, we must at least acknowledge that there is a need to be flexible, not react, and ask questions. The second aspect is recognizing that there are specific aspects of nonverbal communication that differ depending on the culture. When entering a new culture, we must learn the customs and norms of that culture. When recognizing differences, you may encounter someone from a culture that communicates in a manner very different from your own, and perhaps unexpectedly. For example, one of the author's brothers, Patrick, was working in Afghanistan as a contractor on a military base. He was working with a man from Africa. During their first conversation, he held Patrick's hand. Patrick later told his sister, the author, this story, and said he wasn't sure how to respond, so he just rolled with it. I'll be the same way, man. Some dude just grabs my hand and be like, I get you're from a different culture. Like, what the fuck do I do? I don't want to offend you. So, I mean, it's not obviously it's not a sign of hostility. So it's like a sign of friendship. So it's like, all right. I'd be a little weirded out by it too, but at the same time, it's like I get the intent behind it. Like it's not a hostile intent; it's a friendly intent. So it's like, all right, yeah, just roll with it. It's a good response. Like considering you don't know how to respond, just roll with it. It's like as long as you're yeah, like just like as long as you know it's a good thing, not a bad thing. Like you can at least kind of gauge that part enough and figure it out from there. Maybe talk to them and figure out like, hey, what's that all about? It's like, do you guys normally hold hands in your culture? Or do you have like a crush on me or something? Or Woo! All right, Patrick response allowed for the most flexibility in the situation. There you go. Yep. And the best chance of moving forward productively. Imagine if he had withdrawn his hand quickly with a surprised look on his face, the outcome of the interaction would have been very different. He would have been offended. He's like, "Oh, you don't want to be my friend?" It's like, nah, just trying to be that close. Patrick's response also exemplifies the second aspect of understanding that nonverbal communication is culturally based. Patrick was hired by a contractor to work on the military base in Afghanistan. The contracting firm could have trained Patrick and his co-workers about communicating with the various cultures they would encounter on the base. Nice. For example, many Filipinos were working on the base. It would have been helpful for the contractors to explain that there may be differences in spatial distance and touch when communicating with other males from the Philippines. Researching and understanding the nonverbal communication of different countries before entering the country can often mean a smoother entry phase, whether conducting business or simply visiting. Attribution error. The final area to address before examining specific aspects of nonverbal communication is attribution error. Attribution error is defined as the tendency to explain another individual's behavior in relation to the individual's internal tendencies rather than an external factor. For example, if a friend is late, we might attribute this failure to be on time as the friend being irresponsible rather than running through a list of external factors that may have influenced the friend's ability to be on time, such as an emergency, traffic, reading the time wrong, etc. It is easy to make an error when trying to attribute meaning to the behaviors of others, and nonverbal communication is vulnerable to attribution error. On Saturday, September 8th, 2018, Serena Williams may have been a victim of an umpire's attribution error by the judge. Let's say Serena suffered because of attribution error. The judge spotted Serena Williams' coach gesturing in the audience and assumed that the gesture was explicitly directed towards Serena to coach her. Her coach later acknowledged that he was coaching via nonverbal signals, but Serena was not looking at him, nor was she intended to be a recipient. Her coach indicated that all coaches gesture while sitting in the stands as though they're coaching a practice, and that it's a habit and not an other-oriented communication behavior. This is a perfect example of attribution error. The judge attributed the coach's gesture to the coach's intention to communicate rather than the gesture being merely a habit. The judge's attribution error may have cost Serena Williams' comeback match. Oh, yeah, it's another one that we need to rule out. Human judge, well, along with judges, umpires. Umpires and referees, we need to get rid of umpires and referees that are human and replace them with AI. Because, yeah, especially in baseball, football, a lot of things, we have cameras, we have different angles, we have, you can even have like rolling drones. You could have, I don't know, humanoid drones. There's a little more difficult and costly, but at the same time, like you could have different drones and different things, mechanisms put in place to be able to analyze the things that you're looking for. Have like, I don't know, you can have a human referee, I guess, if you want to analyze it. And then, yeah, like I feel like there's so many missed calls in sports. That's why sports is like, for me, it's like really annoying to watch because like it's like so much human error in it. Like especially for the like umpires and baseball is like kind of intolerable for me to watch just because like they're calling balls and strikes when like strikes are balls, balls are strikes, and it's just a human element. I feel like it's kind of ruining the game. And so need to obviously people are gonna kind of resist it, and people are like, yeah, you're taking no drugs and all that, whatever. nonsensical crap, but that's more just like an anthropological bias. Anyway, judge's attribution error may cause the comeback match. While the strikes may not be high in day-to-day interactions, attribution error can create relational strife and general misunderstandings that can be avoided if we recognize the need to understand the intention behind a specific nonverbal behavior. Yep, we got 2 more sections. Omnipresent. According to dictionary.com, omnipresent indicates being everywhere at the same time. Nonverbal communication is always present. Silence is an excellent example of nonverbal communication being omnipresent. Have you ever given someone the silent treatment? If so, you understand that by remaining silent, you are trying to convey some meaning, such as "you hurt me" or "I'm really upset with you." Thus, silence makes nonverbal communication omnipresent. You're just not giving feedback. So you basically, no matter what effort this person gives you, you don't want to give them anything in return. So that's the silent treatment. And so yeah, it does have an effect. So you're not giving feedback, and so you're trying to either stop being bothered or like not positively reinforce any negative behaviors or any behaviors that you perceive negatively. It should be negative. Silence makes nonverbal communication omnipresent. Another way to consider the omnipresence of nonverbal communication is to examine our body language, including posture, facial expressions, eye contact, lack of eye contact, and gestures. I just have lack of eye contact because I'm looking at a computer, not an actual person, and even though people are watching, that just feels weird. It's not the same thing. And then 2, because I'm busy and I'm doing other stuff and reading. And also maybe just thinking, trying to imagine in my head while talking to him. So yeah, context, like for me personally, it's not really that big of a deal, but I understand it's a big deal for other people. So I just I'm willing to make that compromise and say, all right, I'll look at you. I acknowledge you. Make you feel seen. All right. I get it. I get why people want it, why it's useful in interactions with others. When sitting alone in the library or working, your posture may communicate something to others. If you need to focus and don't want to engage in conversation, you may keep your head down and avoid eye contact. Suppose you're walking across campus at a brisk pace. What might your pace be communicating? Busy, I'm in a rush. I got places to go, people to see, things to do. I got business to take care of, son. All right, when discussing the omnipresence of nonverbal communication, it is necessary to discuss Paul Watzlawick's assertion that humans cannot not communicate. This assertion is the first axiom of his interactional view of communication. According to Watzlawick, humans are constantly engaged in communication. As discussed in the silent treatment example and the posture and walking example, communication is found in everyday behaviors that are common to all humans. We might conclude that humans cannot escape communicating meaning. Can form a universal language. When discussing whether nonverbal communication is a universal language, caution is necessary. We must remember that understanding the context in which nonverbal communication is used is almost always necessary to understand the meaning of nonverbal communication. If you have ever been to another country, there might be times when you may not speak the same language, but through your nonverbal communication behaviors, then another person is able to interpret your message. However, there are exceptions concerning what Paul Ekman calls basic emotions. These will be discussed a bit later in this chapter. Misunderstandings. All right, we'll pick up on can lead to misunderstandings. We'll pick that up on the next work shift. So it's like kind of more schoolish. It feels weird calling it a work shift because it's like a lot of it's like school and like absorbing information, not applying it. When it comes to the coalescence and conglomerate documents, then that's more application. That's kind of more work. Oh, it is called office hours though. So I guess it's still the same thing. Still applicable, it's fine. But office hours are open for comments or anything like that. So if you have any comments on the coalescence or conglomerate, I'm more than happy to answer those. In the meantime, I'm just kind of doing this to occupy myself and learn more stuff so I can apply that to other ideas. So kind of spark ideas as I go, and then also to be able to fill in the gaps of knowledge that I may not currently have or may not be up to par or just not perfect. And so there's always room for improvement. So, and plus I need that little magical piece of paper that says, hey, this guy knows stuff. I can't just go in there and like, goddamn, this is one of the other reasons, like being able to communicate telepathically. And I say telepathically, and people are like, you can't do that. Like, dude, we have Bluetooth. Like, as long as we can get these, kind of read the brain, decode that. And I'm making it sound very simple. It's not simple. Neuroscience is complex as fuck, but basically take the coding of the brain, even have something in there that's able to analyze it, different patterns and stuff like that, and so be able to decode it. And then so we can take that and then transmit that information to somebody else, and then they're able to decode it and then transmit that into their electrical signals, into chemical signals, or the biological mechanisms that work in the brain. We can do it. And it would help expedite the process so freaking quickly. We'd be able to just communicate ideas a lot more quickly, speak more quickly, retain information more probably. More accurately, what I'm saying is be able to collect information a lot more quickly. And then, important point. What were we just saying? Understandings. What was it? Having a universal language. Also, not needing a degree as much, because you could basically just learn information, and then people could like just basically, read whatever thoughts that you want transmitted, and show like, hey, I know all this information. The person can look at it like, damn, son, instead of having that little diploma. Society is just so, I keep on saying primitive, but I mean, it is accurate. Like, it is primitive compared to where we could be or should be. It's just so, it's almost like we're still in like the stone ages of like, the way we operate. It's frustrating, man. It's just so time consuming because the mechanisms that we have in place are not sufficient. It's just wasting time. Time that we can make things much more efficient and effective. All right, pick up on complete misunderstandings, emotional vocabulary. Got a little assignment here I can go ahead and touch up. Greens across the board. Oh shit. Whoops. Greens across the board on interpersonal communication textbook. Completed all 10 sections. Met our goal. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Definitely noticed that I'm reading a lot more now. It started off with like 3, maybe getting to that. Now I'm doing 10 each and doing them all. So, hey, another highlight for why we do these videos, to be able to show the progress. So seeing that change and improvement is possible, which I already know. I've already been through this. But I'm actually doing a video record now, again for other reasons too, but also like this is one of many reasons I have it, and we're doing good, man. It's leading by example and being living, breathing proof of what's possible. Assignment, emotional vocabulary. All right, cooking. We are cooking. Pleasure. The purpose of this assignment is to examine and boost our emotional awareness. Our ability to express clearly what we're feeling is crucial in interpersonal relationships. often motion words. Taking a look at motion words can open your eyes, or our eyes, to using a wider variety of words that may explain more nuanced emotions. Most of us tend to stick to a small list of emotion words like angry, excited, happy, sad, afraid, surprised, and disappointed. Especially in solving conflict, being more descriptive helps our partners understand us better. Task is very important that you listen to this audio overview of the assignment.
I'm going to take just a moment to give you further instruction about how to tackle this respond assignment correctly. This module focuses on conflict in interpersonal relationships. Conflict heightens our emotions, and many times we don't know what we're feeling or have the words to express those feelings. This assignment provides an opportunity to consider your emotional vocabulary. So for this assignment, you'll choose between using the 2-word lists of emotions that are provided in section 9.2 of your textbook. And those word lists are in tables, and they're called positive emotions and negative emotions. Or an online word list called a feelings inventory that I've linked to in the assignment. Choose which list option you want to use, the ones in the textbook or the feelings inventory, and then take some time to look at every word. And what you're going to do is circle or write down the words that you actually use to communicate your emotions to other people. So you may see words and know what they mean.
Disappointed.
Or you've heard of other people use them, but unless they're actually words that you use, you don't want to put those down as part of what's called your working vocabulary. You've heard of other people use them, but unless actually use to communicate your emotions to other people. So you may see words and know what they mean, or you've heard of other people use them, but unless they're actually words that you use, you don't want to put those down as part of what's called your working vocabulary. So for example, the positive emotions list in your textbook contains the word spellbound. I know what that word means, but I don't use that word to talk about my own feelings. So I wouldn't tell my husband that I was spellbound when watching a Netflix movie. So I wouldn't circle that word and I wouldn't write it down. But also on this list is happy. And certainly that's a word I use to talk about my own emotions to other people.
The conversation definitely makes
That I'm happy to see you, or I was happy that we got together. So I would circle that word or put it down on my list of words that I use to communicate my feelings and emotions. So that's what you're doing with this activity. You're starting by first creating a list of emotion words that you actually speak to other people to communicate your own emotions and feelings. And then from there, step 2 in that assignment is that you're going to read an article. And then step 3 is answering some questions that you're going to respond to based on the activity and the article. So as usual, if you have questions, get a hold of me. I hope you enjoy this.
It was so much fun. All right. Heads up, you link of shit. There we go. Article, that is step 2. See something worth fixing, I gotta say something. I can't help myself. The flaws. Shadow. Oh, it's my light. Okay. Trips me out sometimes. I see like the sun reflecting off the light, and the wind blows it. I have a little thing that spins, and it's like mirrored, so like it reflects light all over the place sometimes. It's like, part, I forgot. Section 9.2, emotions and feelings. Service. Sure. Abandoned, collected, cornered, threatened, heard, unseen, manipulated, mistreated, mistreated, mistreated. That's an extreme word, which might be basically what I could say, when you're saying things in some senses. Alienated, mistreated. Yeah. I've said it. It's common enough. Said it. Alienated, not this much. Pressured, bullied. The whole like no bullying thing just sounds corny to say bullying. So, like all these like say no to bullying. You get punched in the fucking face. You get even more wedges. You're gonna make yourself more of a target because people are gonna make fun of you. You might not get physically bullied, but you're gonna get verbally bullied for sure. You do some stupid shit like that. Ridiculed, scorned, distrusted, unappreciated, abused, betrayed, misunderstood. Is that on here? We put misunderstood. So, for understanding. They understand me. Doing so, they misunderstand me. Sucks, but we can work with that. We can with that. Attacked. Yeah. So sound victimizing, so sound like a pussy. Provoked. Definitely. Provocateur. Cheated. Ruined. Taken for granted. Yeah. Are there positive words here too? These all sound negative. Humiliated. But yeah. For others, I'm like, again, I don't play the victim, so I'm not going to victimize myself, but take that off. I'm more attributed to others if I'm looking out for them. I'm not attributed to myself. I don't play the victim myself. Unheard. Wounded. Patronized. Patronized is a good one. Patronized instead of patronized. Like, I'm feeling patronized. No, again, don't play the victim. It's stupid. Understanding your worth. Stin. Rejected. Tortured. Intimidated. And unwanted. Times. Positive emotions. Okay, so let's go to some positive emotions. Absorbed, satisfied, fascinated, fascinating, fascinating, fascinating. Sees Thanos come out of the portal with the 6 Infinity Stones and uses the Mind Stone like, or no wait, he has 5 Infinity Stones and he's like, ooh, fascinating. And slices him in half. Infinity Ultron. Joyous, fascinated, confident. Amazed. Stimulated. I love that one. Stimulated. Stimulation. Stimuli. Stimulus. Stimulated. Merry. Gleeful. Happy. Encouraged. Astonished. Tickled pink. The fuck? Is that like tickling your pink? Feeling a little aroused? Perky. Woo! Rapturous. Interested. Tickled pink. That should make you wet. Sorry. All right. I digress. Excited. Cheerful, warm, adventurous, secure, jubilant, free, intent, ebullient. Less common for me. Seen it in text though. I'll use that. Amused, sunny, mirthful, glorious, helpful, energetic, blissful, touched. Show me on a stall. Where did he touch you, son? Different kind. Or touched in the head. Again, different kind. Pleasant. We're having fun here. It's just boring. Not completely. So. Refreshed. I'm feeling refreshed. Refreshing. Intrigued, exhilarated. Messages of LinkedIn are never useful. Sensitive. Heat up. Friendly. Cool. So friendly. Static. Is that enough? Static. Static. Animated. Surprised. Moved. Breathtaking. I've used more breathtaking than breathless. Tranquil. Pleased. Tranquil. Pleased. Invigorated. Expansive. Ardent. Elated. Grateful. Genial. Loving. Spellbound. Alert. Stay alert. Stay alive. Dazzled. Composed. Composure. Expectant. Involved. Enlivened. Inquisitive. Yeah, I've used that before, but I don't feel like a whole lot. Nerd, optimistic, definitely. Tender, appreciative. Pleasant, curious, fulfilled. Lively. See that on here, but serene. I use serenity more often. I like that name. I like that word. I like that name. One with serenity. Serenity Bruning. Look her up on Instagram. Like, thanks. Wow. God did good on that one. Like he nailed it. Inspired. Guessed it. Seriously, be like with my posh attitude, but I've said it. Delightful. I'll be delighted. Be that as it may. I usually say it jokingly, but I've said it. Sanguine, jovial, exultant, concerned. Concerned about the future of the human race. Gratifier, alive. Splendid, mellow. Yes, brother. Mellow fellow. Glad. Radiant. Again, it's not like using to describe a girl that's all dressed up, looking good, but absolutely radiant. And I usually do like hand gesture, like sparkling, like I feel it, like I feel the that radiating. Enchanted, aroused. Too. Arousal. Thrilled, peaceful, intense. Euphoric, carefree, and vibrant. Hold up. Feeling table 9.3 and table 9.4 for this and two. Okay. Oh shit. Alright, so we're not supposed to be using those. So let's go ahead and let's go to negative emotions. That was not supposed to be under the use for the first part. That's some vocabulary, it's fine. Okay. Let's just go ahead and read things. So 9.3 positive. This one's yeah. Actually read that, I would have caught it. Making buy shit, fuck that. Disgusted, yep. Keyed up, terrified, cool, horrible, patient, spiritless, blah. I feel a little blah. Feeling grouchy, like oh grouchy. Yeah, I use that one more joking. Yeah, grumpy puss, repelled, positive and negative, or sensitive and more negative. It's sensitive to a degree to certain things. So it's everything. It's in moderation. Find a good balance. It's, fidgety, panicky, withdrawn, aggravated, ticked off, crabby, hostile, Different, spiteful. Blue, yep. I'm blue, ba ba dee ba ba da. Guilty. Resentful. For other people, so it doesn't apply to me. Me accusing other people guilty of doing other things, other misdeeds, and like, doing things at the expense of others or abusing power, stuff like that. I use the word guilty more for like authority, if they're abusive of their power. Resentful. That's word guilty. Appalled. Shocked and appalled. As you use those in tandem. Passive. Agitated. Edgy. Be unsteady, disenchanted, dismayed, weary, tired. Be hot. Hot. Feeling hot. Hot, like 100. About 100. I'm hotter. It's getting hotter and hotter. Tense. Startled. Worried, restless, shameful, apprehensive. That's common, just so common enough where I know I definitely use it. Frightened, nope. Perplexed, perplexing. Pretty disappointed, displeased, lethargic, especially when I have those insomniac episodes. When insomnia kicks in, can't get any sleep, lethargic as fuck. Humdrum, irate, sullen, brokenhearted, heavy, sad. I don't really ever say I'm saying like sad. Yeah, I don't like the idea of playing the victim. So it's like breaks rule number 3. I mean, pussy. So you're sad. Fix it. Fix the shit. Like, don't just sit there and feel bad for yourself when you do something about it. Let's go. Get your ass up. Shocked. I like that one. Aroused, frustrated. Let's see. Pessimistic. Wretched. Or wretched. Wretched. Angry. Embittered, mournful, uptight, discouraged type shit. I feel like I use that personally. I mean, it'd be a good word to pick up a little more often. Describe people who are like goody goody or uptight. People who are more rigid in their ideologies and a little more closed minded than most people. Uptight, discouraged, disquieted, listless, uncomfortable, rejected, hurt, surprised, chagrined, helpless, scared, skeptical, ashamed, furious, petulant, sensitive, anguished, exasperated, nervous, anxious can be anxiety, disgruntled. I'm gonna use that in business, just worrying about mistreating people and like making sure you don't abuse your power as a business leader because you might result in disgruntled workers who might come back to bite you in the ass later. Like disgruntled IT people who create bugs in your systems and was it time bombs or whatever that inside the computer systems or I don't know, just viruses and stuff like that. So like if they get fired, then this like malicious code will come up and you know delete data or do stuff that they don't like or hold their files hostage or whatever. Disgruntled employees. I don't use that enough. Disturbed, lonely, concerned, depressed, ill-tempered, irritated, definitely. And suspicious, cold. I use suspicious more for other people. Shady, feeling suspicious about others. Cold. That shit cold. That bitch cold, man. I use it. Hesitant. Analysis by analysis. Seething. Sleepy. Sleepy. Beat. Shaky. Annoyed. Uh, Stressed. Mad. Why are you mad? Again, mad's like so common. I'm like, I don't use that normally in speaking to like my communication with others. Mad, bro? It's like, why are you mad? So much shit like that. I haven't quiz despairing. Jealous. Jealous? What are you jealous for? Tearful, concerned. This, I feel like hopeful is what I possible. Say hopeful. So, other up there's that. Sorrowful, bewildered, gloomy, rancorous, antagonistic. Weepy, downcast, mean. Why I gotta be so mean? Still got married, still off the market. What a bummer. Lame. I recommend polyamory. Monogamous relationships set artificial limits. So I strongly advise against it. But you know, she's kind of a traditional person. I feel like I don't know if she's religious, but you know, kind of old school in her ways. She likes to be comfy and cozy and the idea of like tradition and everything like that. And that's fine for some people. Me, I want change. I'm not good just sticking with the old shit. Like the old shit has a lot of flaws. Downcast. And also, like I said, limits opportunities. So yourself and it's artificially imposed. Self-imposed. Stupid. In my opinion. With a bunch of evidence arguments for that later. We'll look into that. So despondent, jittery, tepid, confused, horrified, sorry, sorry, bitter, anxious. I put that over somewhere else. Yep, it is. Fearful, overwhelmed. That's repeat from before, and wistful. All right, cool. That's the second section. Okay, feelings inventory. For nonviolent communication. Damn, there's a lot of words here. Oh well, okay, there's like 3 pages. Sucker open. Boom. So make 2 specific observations about your own list that you find interesting. This. 2, evaluate your level of emotional granularity. Develop an explanation to support your evaluation. Granularity? Emotional granularity? Okay, get out of here. Granularity is a psychological concept popularized by neuroscientist and psychologist Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett. Definition: emotional granularity, also known as emotion differentiation, is an individual's ability to experience and construct emotions in a highly precise, context-specific manner. Instead of using broad strokes to describe an internal state, such as simply feeling bad or stressed, a person with high emotional granularity can pinpoint exact nuances, distinguishing between feeling angry, frustrated, anxious, disappointed, or lonely. Key aspects of the concept: the theory of constructed emotion. According to Dr. Feldman Barrett's research, emotions are not hardwired, passive reactions triggered by the world. Passive reactions triggered by the world. Instead, the brain actively constructs emotional experiences by combining physical body signals with past memories and language concepts. Goal of vocabulary. Expanding your emotional vocabulary directly expands your brain's tools to process what is happening. Having a diverse set of emotion words allows the brain to make finer, more accurate predictions about body states and necessary actions. Benefits to mental health. Studies consistently demonstrate that high emotional granularity acts as a psychological buffer. People who can accurately distinguish their feelings show better emotional regulation, greater mental resilience, and are less likely to experience severe anxiety and depression. Be able to vent more articulately. Oh, would you like to learn about blah blah blah? Techniques to increase emotional granularity, clearly constructed emotional details, how emotional granularity impacts decision. I would love to if I had all the time in the world, but I do. Okay. 3, what's a specific step for possible improvement that you can take? Use ideas from the module reading to provide question and reason for the choice. Mm, Yeah, I like do that certain type of paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Come on. You had it. You had it a second ago. There we go. If there's a way for me to like lock it in place, so it's like I'm still. Brushing. 32. I'm sorry. Take back public. I won't say that out loud in public. I'll make a confession. I won't say things like that in public. This isn't really public. This is me about myself right now. Raw and unfiltered. Champion here. We'll be there. Eventually. your cost anyway, or you're just upping your prices just because you know the people want more. The latter is the case, you suck the fucking dick. Your materials are legitimately costing more than makes sense. If your costs are higher, great. But if your costs are the same and you feel like people want it more, it's kind of like Coca-Cola and the vending machines, like price gouging. The whole thing that Coca-Cola tried to do in the 2000s and 90s. They based the prices based on how hot it was, and because the hotter it was, the more they charged because they're like, oh, you're hot, so you're gonna want something to drink, and so they charge more. And then Pepsi took that and we're like, we're the customer friendly brand, and then Coke, they basically fuck themselves. Well, guess what, Apple? I already have some of your shit. I don't need to buy new shit. This is the brand new iPhone because like, this is the brand new shit. My other shit was fine. I need all the brand new features. It's not that big of a deal. I get a new one like every 5 years or so. I still like your stuff, but I don't need to be buying this shit every single year. I have to buy one, I never have to buy another one again because it lasts forever. And just do software updates and stuff. Actually, no, it's never mind. I mean, because we're going to be adjusting the layout and stuff like that. Keyboards, changing the frames, bigger stuff, different size screens, shape screens, whatever. That makes sense. But yeah, keeping up with buying the new stuff is good as well. So, buy it if it's better. You're actually using it. So you need it. You have to have it. I'll take that from somebody outside the company. If it's somebody trying to sell you shit, telling you that you need it, it's like a snaky salesman. You don't fucking need that shit. Somebody outside of the organization tells you something like that, and you hear enough, again, don't just be one dimensional looking at one source, but multiple sources. If everybody's like, oh shit, yeah, you need this thing, and they're not affiliated with the organization, all right, then maybe take that into consideration. But any company telling you you need something or you need it now, be skeptical about that because they're probably bullshitting you. Trying to milk your wallet, take your money. But a sucker's born every minute, and they exploit that fact. They see you as the suckers. Don't be a sucker. Again, rule number 2: don't be dumbass. You study marketing and psychology and understand the methods people use in order to sell ideas to you, politicians, businesses, so on. You start to be able to sniff out the bullshit. Y'all aren't that savvy. It's not for me. Mhm. Oh, shit. Over here. That's that one dude that plays the same character in every single show. What's his name? He's the guy that in Bruce Almighty that had the monkey jump out of his ass. Oh. Hector. His name's Hector, and everything he plays, his name is Hector. His name better be fucking Hector in that commercial. Swear to God. Really part of the assignment, but got this completely done. 11. Assignment completed. Vocabulary. Oh, there we go. Vocabulary by Quentin Scott Webb for Communications 1, Personal Communications. Question 1, make 2 specific observations about your own list that you find interesting. Clearly develop reasons why you find each observation personally interesting. Right off the bat, the first observation I made was that from the list provided, I normally used a lot more of the words that involve negative emotions, there were 78 of those, than those that involve positive emotions, or 54 of those. This is interesting because it made me realize that I may have a better ability to express negative emotions than positive emotions. From a certain perspective, this can be viewed as a bad thing, indicating that I have more experience with negative emotions than positive ones. However, I also consider 2 alternative perspectives on this. I thought that knowing a lot of words to express negative emotions was healthy, since it allowed me to fine-tune my perceptions and form of various situations. I also perceived this revelation as positive since it made me aware of the plethora of words I still needed to learn to implement into my vocabulary to keep improving and be even more well-rounded than I already am. It's hyphenated, there we go. The second thing I noticed about my list was that it was very extensive, whether considering my usage of words to express negative emotions or positive ones. However, even though my list was considerably longer than most other people I know not to compare myself to others and to keep improving regardless of where other people are at or other people stand. Despite how much more sophisticated my vocabulary is, and no matter how much more qualified I may be than others, I maintain an understanding that sounds a little narcissistic. I think I was just going on a roll. Too honest. It's going to make people going to develop contempt in the audience. You don't want to make it sound like, oh, I'm so much better than you. Okay, so let's leave this part out. Despite how sophisticated my vocabulary is, and no matter how qualified I may be, there we go. That's better. A little bit more friendly, less narcissistic, less conceited. All right. It was honest, but it's not going to be received well by audiences, so let's go ahead and revise that. So despite how sophisticated my vocabulary is, and no matter how qualified I may be, I maintain an understanding that true nobility is not found in being better than your fellow man, it is found in being better than your former self, quote by Ernest Hemingway. I still have room to improve expressing my emotions and will continue to surpass my former self throughout all my life. Interesting aspects. I had like an extra little bit I was going to put in there. I just want to make sure I got this right. Trying to make sure I got the meet all the criteria for the assignment. That should be good. All right, number 2, evaluate your level of emotional granularity and develop an explanation to support your evaluation. After performing these exercises and as I answer these questions, I noticed that my level of emotional granularity is exceptionally versatile, well-rounded, articulate, and highly sophisticated. Even with my own employees, I have mentioned time and time again that being able to vent negative emotions in a healthy way can lead to feeling more positive. I say this because it allows them to get their ideas and emotions out in order to feel more satisfied that they have been seen and heard, and allow them to refocus on what matters most and remain productive instead of ruminating on negative ideas and emotions that are otherwise distracting and detrimental to their work. I also emphasize to them that being more articulate and expanding their vocabulary helps them to not only feel more understood, but to discover more opportunities ranging from ascertaining more customers, marketing themselves and their ideas better, and increasing their sales, all the way down to creating and maintaining relationships with their peers in the workplace to make work more productive, collaborative, and enjoyable. I've practiced emotional granularity for years, even though I'll admit I wasn't aware of the official term for it. And it allows me to lead by example, demonstrating to each of my peers and employees that it's a very useful way to increase productivity, success, and overall job and life satisfaction. Number 3, what's a specific step for possible improvement that you can take? Use ideas from the module reading to provide a brief explanation or reason for your choice. Although it is relatively common knowledge as a business owner that emotional awareness, empathy, and emotional intelligence are essential assets for any confident leader, I'm also aware that learning is a lifelong process and that there will always be gaps in my knowledge that necessitate a degree of improvement. As I read through this assignment and Chapter 9, the idea of expanding one's vocabulary to more accurately express emotions and perceive situations, and the emotions, behaviors, and nonverbal expressions of others, was heavily reinforced. I also found this section interesting because it exposed me to many words and terms that I had never seen or considered before. That's more in the chapter reading. I'll give an example in a second. Along with emotional granularity, I learned that alexithymia is a word used to describe those who severely lack the ability to express their emotions properly with the current vocabulary they possess in their social repertoire. As I continue to train and guide employees, I fully intend to make use of the new insights I have gleaned along the way that I can use to contribute to their improvement, welfare, and achievement in business or their personal lives. So positive words that I wrote down as common were adventurous, alive. Let's go ahead and end this one on a positive note. We'll read the negative words first. So negative, there's 78 of these: abused, afraid, aggravated, agitated, angry, annoyed, antagonistic, anxious, apathetic, appalled, apprehensive, beat, bitter, blah, blue, bored, coerced, cold, concerned, confused, cranky, detached, depressed, disappointed, disgusted, edgy, embarrassing, exhausted, frustrated, guilty, hesitant, horrible, hostile, impatient, intense, interrupted, irritated, jealous, lazy, let down, lethargic, lonely, manipulated, miserable, mistreated, misunderstood, neglected, nervous, numb, overwhelmed, patronized, perplexing, pessimistic, pressured, provoked, quiet, rejected, reluctant, resentful, restless, ridiculed, sensitive, shocked, skeptical, sleepy, sorry, spiteful, surprised, suspicious, taken for granted, threatened, tired, unappreciated, uncomfortable, unsupported, unwanted, upset, and worried. Positive words, 54. Adventurous, alive, amazed, amused, appreciative, aroused, blessed, blithely, calm, comfortable, composed, confident, content, cool, curious, delighted, eager, ecstatic, encouraged, energetic, enthusiastic, excited, fascinated, free, friendly, free. Joe Rogan commercial, sorry. Friendly, fulfilled, glad, grateful, happy, helpful, hopeful, inspired, interested, intrigued, involved, lively, loving, optimistic, peaceful, pleasant, proud, radiant, refreshing, relaxed, relieved, satisfied, secure, stimulated, surprised, thrilled, trusting, warm, wonderful, and upbeat. All right, end of document. Let's go ahead and submit that sucker. Hey, should get an A on that one. 30 out of 30, let's go. Where'd it go? Where'd you go? Package me forever. Ego. Okay, here we go. Found it. Chapter 9, back that out on chapter 5. Don't need that. 2 smart techniques, master your emotions. Oh crap. Hold on. I didn't even read that article. I don't feel like I even needed it, though. That's fine. Read the article now. I really didn't need it for the assignment, but still. Article. Try these 2 smart techniques to help you master your emotions. I'll plug it over here. Research. Cool. Try these 2 smart techniques to help you master your emotions. This is published July 21st, 2018 by Lisa Feldman Barrett, who just so happens to have a PhD. PhD. I should have that in my name. All right. By more clearly identifying our feelings or by recategorizing them, we can reduce suffering. Yes, and increase well-being, says neuroscientist Lisa Feldman Barrett. He's an angry person. I'm a very anxious person. We've all made statements like these, and they point toward the belief that emotions are hardwired in our brains or automatically triggered by events. But after decades of research at Northeastern University, neuroscientist Lisa Feldman Barrett has come to a different conclusion. Your brain's most important job is not thinking or feeling or even seeing, but keeping your body alive and well so that you survive and thrive. How is your brain able to do this? Like a sophisticated fortune teller, your brain constantly predicts. Its predictions ultimately become the emotions you experience and their expressions you perceive in other people. Your brain's like Nostradamus. Or if you're Dave Chappelle, if you're a fan of Dave Chappelle, Negrodamus. God, Dave Chappelle is good, man. Why'd that show get canceled? We need more Chappelle show. Ian Peele, it's like more of like a family-friendly version of it. It's like toned down. It's not as. It's all right. It's not as fun though. I like that edgy shit. Anyway, it's the physical fortune teller. See other people, and that's good news. Since our brain essentially constructs our emotions, we can teach it to label them more precisely, and then use this detailed information to help us take the most appropriate actions, or none at all. Here, she explains how to do this. One of the best things you can do for your emotional health is to beef up your concepts of emotions. Suppose you knew only two emotion concepts, feeling awesome and feeling crappy. Whenever you experienced an emotion or perceived someone else as emotional, you'd categorize only with this broad brush, which isn't very emotionally intelligent. Sorry. But if you could distinguish finer meanings within awesome, such as happy, content, thrilled, relaxed, joyful, hopeful, inspired, prideful, adoring, grateful, blissful, and 50 shades of crappy, angry, aggravated, alarmed, spiteful, grumpy, remorseful, gloomy, mortified, uneasy, dread-ridden, resentful, afraid, envious, woeful, melancholy, your brain would have many more options for predicting, categorizing, and perceiving emotions, providing you with the tools for more flexible and useful responses. You could predict and categorize your sensations more efficiently and better suit your actions to your environment. Quote here, people who can construct finely grained emotional experiences go to the doctor less frequently, use medication less frequently, and spend fewer days hospitalized for illness. I'm assuming that has something to do with stress. Stressed out, you can't find the words to say what you want to say. That stresses you out even more. It just exacerbates the stress when you can't describe what you're feeling. It's like you're already stressed out from feeling the thing. It's like you can't describe it or relay that information to other people or communicate it properly. So you end up like get even more stressed. You're like, fuck. Oh. It's silly. We all should be more silly sometimes. What I'm describing is emotional granularity, phenomenon that some people construct finer grained emotional experiences than others do. People who make highly granular experiences are emotion experts. They issue predictions and construct instances of emotion that are finely tailored to fit each specific situation. At the other end of the spectrum are young children who haven't yet developed adult-like emotion concepts and whose use sad and mad interchangeably. There are a lot of adults that don't know how to do that. Our president's one of them. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not getting political. I'm being extreme when I say that. He probably has an extensive vocabulary, but it seems like when he's on the media, he just kind of dumbs it down so everybody can understand, which I kind of get, but at the same time makes him look stupider. But I get why he does it. He understands a lot of words. He just doesn't use a sophisticated vocabulary. I'm sure he understands the words, though, for the most part. Unless it's like jargon or something like that. All right. We said and that interchangeably. My lab has shown that adults run the whole entire gauntlet, run the whole range from low to high emotional granularity. So the key to real emotional intelligence is to gain new emotion concepts and hone your existing ones. Perhaps the easiest way to gain concepts is to learn new words. You've probably never thought about learning words as a path to greater emotional health, but it follows directly from the neuroscience of construction. Words seed your concepts, concepts drive your predictions, predictions regulate your body budget, which is how your brain anticipates and fulfills your body's energy needs, and your body budget determines how you feel. People who exhibit higher emotional granularity go to the doctor less frequently, use medication less frequently, and spend fewer days hospitalized for illness. This is not magic. It's what happens when you leverage the porous boundary between social and the social and the physical. Higher emotional granularity has many other benefits for a satisfying life. In a collection of scientific studies, people could distinguish finely among their unpleasant feelings. Those 50 shades of feeling crappy were 30% more flexible when regulating their emotions, less likely to drink excessively when stressed, and less likely to retaliate aggressively against someone who has hurt them. Yeah, it's kind of like people who resort to fighting when they run out of words and they feel like they're losing arguments, so they resort to their fists. That's fucking stupid. Don't do that. It makes you look like a fucking dumbass. If you're impulsive and you can't use your words, you run out of words, and so you start fighting, you're like, oh, you fucking take your shirt off and then, or fucking take your weave off, or like take your clip off, clip up your hair, you let this fucking go. Yeah, it just makes you look like a fucking idiot. Because you couldn't reach a diplomatic solution. Violence is a last resort option. I mean, people normally use it as it should be more of a last resort. A lot of people don't use it as a last resort. One, it basically says that you lost the argument. Like you're basically admitting that you lost. And two, it shows that you're incompetent and then you can't use your words like a fucking adult. So don't be an asshole, don't be a dumbass, and don't be a pussy. I feel like that's all three rules right there. All right, 34% more flexible when regulating their emotions, less likely to drink excessively when stressed, and less likely to retaliate aggressively against someone who has hurt them. Oh, you got all butthurt. You feeling all butthurt and sad? You mad, bro? Anyway. From schizophrenia, those who exhibit higher emotional granularity report better relationships with family and friends compared to those who exhibit lower granularity and are better able to choose the correct action in social situations. All right, higher granularity, better. Duh. So learn as many new words as possible. read books outside of your comfort zone, or listen to the thought-provoking audio content like National Public Radio. Don't be satisfied with happy. Seek out and use more specific words like ecstatic, blissful, and inspired. Merry, magnificent. Learn the difference between discouraged or dejected versus the generic sad. And don't limit yourself to words in your native language. Pick another language and seek out its concepts for which your language has no words, like the Dutch emotion of togetherness, gezelig, and the Greek feeling of major guilt, enohai. Oh no, you're so guilty. That'd be like shame. I know guilt and shame are supposed to be like different. Let's figure that out. Hey Google, what's the difference between guilt and shame?
Here's what I found on the web.
Oh, fuck. Hey Google, tell me what's the difference between guilt and shame. Don't show me a video.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Fucking. Between guilt and shame.
Specific action or behavior you committed, while shame is a deeper, more painful feeling that you are inherently feeling bad as a person.
So guilt's like involving like a specific thing, and then shame in your character as a person. Okay, I see that.
Exactly. Guilt focuses on a specific behavior you regret, while shame.
Oh. I mean, you could like, I guess you regret it in the sense that you like don't repeat the mistakes of the past, but at the same time, like you don't need to dwell on it. Like ruminating and dwelling, that's not a good thing. I guess feeling guilty for a certain thing, that's good because it helps you to learn from your experiences and you improve and you get better as you go. Yeah, shame's not a good one. Shame's more like ruminating and dwelling. You don't want that one. Don't need to waste your time beating yourself up and just, realize your mistake and jump back into the action. All right. Each word is another invitation to construct your experiences in new ways. By coming up with your own emotion concepts, you'll be better calibrated to cope with different circumstances and potentially more empathetic or empathic to others. The heck? Oh, milk? That was. Try also to invent your own emotion concepts using your powers of social reality and conceptual combination. The author, Jeffrey Eugenides, presents a collection of amusing ones in his novel Middlesex. Excuse me, including the hatred of mirrors that begins in middle age. I know why. The disappointment of sleeping with one's fantasy. Dreamers of the night instead of dreamers of the day. T.E. Lawrence. What is that? Let me try to see if I remember. All men dream, but not equally. Those who dream by night wake to find it was vanity, while those who dream during the day live to make it a reality. Something like that. I feel like it's close, but not exactly. Very, very close, though. That's pretty much the gist, though. Take your dreams and make them reality. Take initiative. Other ones are disappointment of sleeping with fantasy and the excitement of getting a room with a mini bar, though he does not align them words. What? Though he does not align them words? It says them words. Though he does not align them words. You can do the same thing yourself. Close your eyes and imagine yourself in a car, driving away from your hometown, knowing you will never return. Can you characterize that feeling by combining emotion concepts? Bittersweet, because you know you're moving on to something better. Leaving rear view town. If you can employ this technique day to day, you'll be better calibrated to cope with varied circumstances and potentially more empathic to others, with improved skill to negotiate conflict and get along. You could even name your creations and teach them to your family and friends. An emotionally intelligent person not only has lots of concepts, but also knows which ones to use and when. Just like painters learn to see fine distinctions in colors that others cannot, you can practice the skill of categorizing. Suppose you see your teenage son heading to school looking like he just rolled out of bed, hair unkempt, clothing wrinkled, and last night's dinner dotting his shirt. Jesus Christ, dude. You could, it's like, dude, that's like my drunk friends. Like when I go out and like I'm like, obviously I don't drink, and so like when I go out, like seeing them, like teenagers are like drunk people. Not slurring their words much, but I mean, still with this like slang and with the new words and everything like that, they might be about as difficult to understand. He's mumbling. I've seen teenagers like talking to drunk people. It's a quote. It's like the only people that are honest with you are what was it? People, babies, toddlers, and drunk people. Here we go. Where were we? You could berate him and send him back to his room to change, but instead you ask yourself what you are feeling. Are you concerned that his teachers won't take him seriously? Nervous that his attire will reflect badly on you as a parent? Irritated that you spend money on clothes he never wears? Or fucks up with like ketchup from the last night? Yeah. Couldn't put it in your, don't know how to aim for your mouth hole? Or perhaps you're sad that he's grown up and you miss the exuberance of his childhood. Depending on the answer, you can come up with a much more skillful response than just yelling at him. Okay. Ideally, you do preventative measures when I have to get to that point, but so after you're like 12 or 13, you shouldn't have to deal with that. But in one study, fine grain categorization was the most effective in helping people with anacrophobia to be less anxious when observing a spider, and to approach spiders. Anacrophobia is the fear of spiders, by the way. If all this introspection sounds unnecessary, realize that people pay good money for to therapists and life coaches for exactly this purpose, to help them reframe situations. They enlist these practitioners to help them find the most useful categorizations so they can choose the most appropriate actions to take. You can do this yourself and become an expert categorizer of emotion with enough practice, and you'll find it gets easier with repetition. In a study about fear of spiders, fine-grained categorizations have been shown to beat two other popular approaches for regulating emotions. The first approach, called cognitive reappraisal, taught subjects to describe the spider in a non-threatening way. Sitting in front of me as a little spider and it's safe. The second approach was distraction, having the subjects pay attention to something completely unrelated. The third approach was to categorize situations with greater granularity, such as in front of me is an ugly spider and it is disgusting, nerve-wracking, and yet intriguing. What's that thing? Lucas, the tarantula. God, that thing's adorable. I want to watch that video. Never mind. Distracted. That'd be just too distracting. Don't want to get distracted. Focus mode. All right, we got to stay on topic. It was the most effective in helping people with anacrophobia to be less anxious when observing a spider and to approach spiders. What's more, the effects lasted a week beyond the experiment. Practicing it lasts a lifetime. When people speaking in public recategorize their anxiety as excitement, their sympathetic nervous system still creates jittery butterflies, but with fewer cytokines that lower performance, so they perform better. Like exposure therapy, desensitization conditioning. Besides practicing emotional granularity, another effective way is to master your emotions, or another way to master your emotions is to recategorize how you feel. Anytime you feel miserable, it's because you are experiencing an unpleasant effect due to physical sensations. Your brain will try to predict causes for those sensations, and the more concepts you know and the more instances you can construct, the more effectively you can recategorize to manage to manage your emotions and regulate your behavior. For instance, if you're about to go in for a job interview and you feel your heart racing, you might categorize your sensations as harmful anxiety. Oh no, I'm doomed. Oh. Or as helpful anticipation. It's like I'm psyched up. I'm like, all right, got this. I'm energized, ready to go. Juiced up, ready to go. Crush this shit. That's usually how I do it. Just hype yourself up, listen to music that just like you. I don't know. I'm like, I'll be skeptical about like sounding like egotistical. Like you don't want to sound like a narcissist when like you go into the interviews, but at the same time, like find songs that like juice you up. Like things that come to mind is like Kingdom, Red Kingdom by Tech Nine, or Kingdom by I don't know, a lot of metal. I like listening to metal songs. It's like shit that hypes you up. All right, anyway. The head of my daughter's karate school advises his students before their black belt test, make your butterflies fly in formation. I like that. Hold on. What's that karate instructor's name, man? I want to give him credit. That is good. He is saying, okay, so make your butterflies fly in formation. He is saying, yes, you feel worked up, but don't perceive it as nervousness. Construct it as determination. Saving that, that's good. Oh, that's Contrarian Library. Whoops, let's go to Kanye Shanti Archives. Heading or yep, that's heading. Make your butterflies fly in formation. Badass quote. I like that. It's cool. Really like it. It's well worded. What's up? Hola.
To get sushi and then on the basis I have $20 that I need to spend.
You're at my apartment? Why? Or like, well, what are we about to do? I'm in my apartment. Okay. Are we doing something? Oh, okay. So the cock gun and battery. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm like, I was totally thrown off. Sorry, I've been working on stuff all day. Like, what's going on? Like, I have no context. Yeah, let me throw some shoes on. I might as well get out of the house. Like, I've been stuck inside all day, so I need to get some fresh air. All right, I'll be down. You need a water or anything? You want water? All right, give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right down. Let's go ahead. Put this down. Turn on our security. Oh, I should be like a remote. I wish I could just turn on the camera. I think I can do it from my phone. Yeah, I can do it from my phone. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's go ahead and wrap this up for now. Come back and edit it. Come back and do like a Bible study or something. And we got to do more work. So, all right, we'll be back in a little bit, and we'll do more Bible study, more work. There's plenty of stuff to do. We're not running out of tasks. Okay, here we go. Where's damn? I didn't know it was already done almost 5 hours. Lost track of time. Rolling, baby, in a flow state. All right. So let's set this up.